गुड आफ्टरनून जतिन सर।
सर बताइए।
हाँ जतिन सर, बस बच्चे थोड़े से और ज्वाइन कर लें, हालांकि बच्चे ज्वाइन कर चुके हैं काफी हद तक, तो उसके बाद हम चालू करते हैं।
श्योर सर।
यस सर। सर ये अदर इनवाइटेड करके जो बच्चे आ गए हैं, इसका क्या मीनिंग है? इन द मीटिंग 36 है और 26 अदर इनवाइटेड है।
सर अदर
जो भी
इनवाइटेड
invite-
का मतलब जिनके पास लिंक होगा, जो लोग बच्चे होंगे वो जो है अदर इनवाइटेड वाले हैं कि इनके पास ये ऑलरेडी लिंक है, ये ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं। आज मैंने चैट जो है वो ऑफ कर रखा है, तो अब जब भी कोई
जी
क्वेश्चनिंग
जी
की बात होगी तो डायरेक्ट बच्चे जो है वो आपके पास पहुंचेंगे, आपसे जो है वो करेंगे, उसके बाद डायरेक्ट जो है
जी
आप क्वेश्चन जो है वो पुट कर सकते हैं, या बाद में आप उनको मेल भी कर सकते हैं। तो चैट मैंने
बिल्कुल
आज
बिल्कुल
ऑफ ही
वो
कर दिया।
जी जी, ज्यादा बेटर है वो।
जी जी।
और जो भी क्वेश्चन होगा डायरेक्ट बच्चे पूछ सकते हैं उस चीज को,
हाँ
या
डायरेक्ट जो
लास्ट में
है
क्वेश्चन
वो
क्वेश्चन
अपने
या
अपने जो
क्वेश्चन
है
आंसरिंग
इनका
सेशन।
इनका जो है
जी।
हैंड राइज करने का जो है वो ऑप्शन
हम्म।
ऑन है, तो जब वो करेंगे तो
जी
जतिन सर या आप दोनों एलिजिबल हैं, आप इसको जो है अनम्यूट कर सकते हैं
जी
उन
जी
बच्चों को, और डायरेक्ट जो है
जी
उनको
जी।
बोल सकते हैं कि वो हैंड राइज के बाद जो है अपना नाम और अपनी जो है क्लास बता के जो है वो कोई क्वेश्चन पूछ लें।
ठीक है, बिल्कुल सर बिल्कुल। सर जो अदर इनवाइटेड है, ये बच्चे ज्वाइन कर चुके हैं या ज्वाइन नहीं किया इन्होंने अभी?
ये
इसका क्या
ज्वाइन कर
मीनिंग है?
चुके हैं सर, ये ज्वाइन कर चुके हैं। 38 पार्टिसिपेंट है, 31 इस समय है पार्टिसिपेंट इसमें जो है। अदर
सर ये
इनवाइटेड
अदर
में दो लोग
इनवाइटेड
हैं, दो ही तो हैं सर अदर
26 है
इनवाइटेड
इसमें?
में। हम्म
26 है सर, 26।
अदर इनवाइटेड में नहीं नहीं, दो ही है मेरे पास जो उसको कर रहा है।
अच्छा।
सिर्फ दो हैं, दो में वो भी मयंक सर और जतिन सर ही हैं, और कोई नहीं है।
ये अदर इनवाइटेड में 61 आ रहा है मेरे पास जो लिस्ट
तो
खुल रही है।
वो सर हो सकता है कि आपके यहाँ शो कर रहा हो, मेरे वाले पोर्टल में सिर्फ दो लोग शो कर रहे हैं, जतिन सर और मयंक सर।
ओके सर, ओके सर।
तो आप स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं, रिकॉर्डिंग ऑन है ऑलरेडी। जतिन सर यू कैन टेक ओवर दी माइक।
बस सर 2 या 3 मिनट और, उसके बाद हम
कोई नहीं
स्टार्ट
सर, कोई
करते
नहीं,
हैं।
कोई नहीं।
जतिन सर, आई एम ऑडिबल?
Yes, sir. Yes.
यस सर, हम स्टार्ट करते हैं, बच्चे ज्वाइन करते रहेंगे और चैट बंद ही रहेगा तो ज्यादा बेटर है। और जब कोई बच्चा
Sure.
हैंड रेज करेगा तो आप उसका स्पीकर ऑन कर लीजिएगा, तो वो सीधे क्वेश्चन पूछ ले। ठीक
Sure.
है सर? हाँ, तो
Sure.
मैं सबसे पहले आज का वर्कशॉप स्टार्ट होने से पहले मैं जतिन सर को इनवाइट करना चाहता हूँ। आज जतिन सर हमारे बीच में NIET से हैं और IoT पर एक अच्छा सा व्याख्यान दे रहे हैं। ये IoT पर वर्कशॉप 2 दिन से चल रही है। कल मयंक जी खरे सर ने एक बहुत अच्छा लेक्चर लिया था और उसी सीरीज को आज डॉक्टर जतिन गुप्ता जी बढ़ा रहे हैं। तो जतिन गुप्ता जी से मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि इस वर्कशॉप को वो आगे बढ़ाएं। जतिन गुप्ता जी।
Thank you, sir. So today we are going to start about Arduino. Arduino is what? It is basically a microcontroller which we use to design our IoT applications. If any of the applications, if you want to develop any of the IoT application which is used to perform any specific operation, in that case, we need a microcontroller. So Arduino is one of them. Let me share my screen. I think it is visible now. Yeah. So first of all, we will start with the Arduino introduction together. Arduino is what? Arduino is a microcontroller, and a
कैसे
picture is
विजिबल?
shown on
सर सर थोड़ा सा साउंड
here.
क्लियर नहीं आ रहा है सर। सर थोड़ा साउंड क्लियर नहीं है।
क्या issue आ रहा है सर?
नहीं, अब साउंड क्लियर है सर, थोड़ा साउंड क्लियर नहीं आ रहा था।
Network, I think due to network issues.
ओके ओके सर जी सर।
So let me again brief you about the Arduino. Arduino is what? It is a microcontroller. Image is shown on your screen. That is basically an Arduino board. Arduino is not only a microcontroller, but a microcontroller, and along with that controller, there are some plug and play devices, ports, all other things. When we connect in in such a manner, so that a layman can also use that particular board very easily, then it is known as the onboard microcontroller. Arduino is what? It is an open source electronic prototyping platform. Here, the word open source means that anyone can design such kind of board and he or she can sell it into the market also. So, on this board, there is a microcontroller and certain pins are there. So, user needs to connect the hardware using those pins, and according to the requirement, user will program that board and it will start performing the operations. What we can do with the Arduino basically requirement, if we talk about
सर वॉइस इज नॉट क्लियर, वॉइस नहीं आ गई है सर। हेलो हेलो, आई एम ऑडिबल, आई एम ऑडिबल सर। सर जतिन सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ गई है। जतिन सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ गई है। जतिन गुप्ता जी हैं तो यार। जतिन सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ गई है। आई एम ऑडिबल, आई एम ऑडिबल सर। सर आपकी देयर इज सम इशू।
जी रणविजय सर, कोई प्रॉब्लम हो रही है टीम पे? हेलो, आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
यस सर, आवाज आ गई है। यस सर।
तो कोई इशू है कहीं से?
जी सर।
क्या बताएं?
सर पता नहीं है, जतिन सर का चल नहीं रहा है कुछ। उनका ना तो प्रेजेंटेशन हो पाएगा ना
अच्छा,
कोई दिक्कत।
जतिन सर जो हैं वो उसमें चले गए हैं। इन्होंने
अटेंडिंग में।
ये, हाँ, अटेंडिंग में आ गए थे, अब ये चल जाएगा इनका जो है।
Sir,
यस सर
due to
यस।
some network problem, na, I was disconnected, and due to disconnection, when I joined again, so it was unable to like unmute myself and present.
ओके जतिन सर, यू आर इन co-organizer also. I think you are co-organizer. Then I will look into it. You can continue. If anything happen, you can directly connect me, no?
Sir, but I don't know your number or something,
Okay,
so
okay,
it will be
okay,
very
okay,
difficult.
okay, 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 okay. I'm sharing my number
Okay,
with the man sir. Man sir will share you, no?
okay, 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 okay. So we'll start again now.
ओके
I was
ओके।
talking. I was talking about. I don't know.
जी सर। यस सर।
Okay, just let me show my screen. Is it visible now?
सर नॉट विजिबल। नो सर, नॉट विजिबल।
have shared maybe some.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Visible? Visible? Na?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, okay, sir.
So we were discussing about Arduino, that what Arduino can do. Arduino can do lots of different small projects. We call them as a prototyping ideas. Access to multiple IOs, these both sides, the black pins, these are known as inputs and output ports. These IO pins receives the input from sensor or performs the actions on the actuator. See, there are two terms, sensors and actuators. What is the meaning of sensor and actuator here is that sensor senses the something and provides data to the controller. It means input to the controller. So we can consider it as sensor as an input device, and according to that input, some operation needs to be performed. What operation needs to be performed and through which device that operation will be performed is considered as actuators, which is executing the program. So sensors are the input devices and actuators are the output devices in Arduino. Arduino uses to drive motors, turn on lights, triggers. Let's suppose, take an example, if we want to automate a fan, okay, so we can achieve that thing using an Arduino. Once a person sends any signal, and based on that particular input, this Arduino will work and it drives the motor. If that motor is connected with the blades, then it will function as a fan. If that motor is connected with a water pump, then it is a submersible or tube well or something like that. If that motor is connected with a door, then that door will open or close. So the thing is, actuator is same, but the operation or application may be varies. What is the need of Arduino? Why it was developed? Earlier, it was very difficult to design the prototypes and the circuits, and very like difficult to achieve those things in a efficient manner. Okay, because earlier what was there, small components are there. All those components are not connected. We need to take a zero PCB, mount those components on the PCB, that is a printed circuit board, zero PCB, and then manually wiring over there. But Arduino replaced all this work. It is a ready to use board, and using that board, now only connecting the small components like LEDs and all other things that can be easily connected on the Arduino. The basic structure or the basic circuit to interface the microcontroller is already pre-designed. So now users, in fact, where school students are now very easily develop such projects. It was developed for non-scientist and minimalist programming. Non-scientist means the person which is not familiar with the circuitry and other things. So it is developed to help them only. Forgiving circuitry that can handle a wide variety of wiring errors. Forgiving circuitry means if we wire from one component to two, three, four, another components, and a person is not perfect in that particular wiring, then there may be a wiring error or there may be many wiring errors. So to avoid those problems, the Arduino board is designed. There are several types of Arduino board available. The most popular is the Arduino Uno. Another is Arduino 101 Pro, Nano, Mini, Micro, Mega, Zero, and Geo. Okay. Apart from that, there is a Leonardo, there is a Mega, there is a Raspberry. So all these boards are different boards. Sizes are different, operations are different, feasibility and functionalities. Everything is different. It depends on the application. If you have enough space, then you can use Arduino Uno or Arduino Mega or Arduino Leonardo. That Mega and Leonardo is very big in size. Okay. That Micro, Mini, and Nano are the very small in size. Today we'll focus on Arduino Uno. This is a port. The black pins, lower side and upper side are known as ports. This port is known as digital port, upper side, and the lower one is the analog port. We have two types of input signals or output signals, that is analog and digital. Analog means that type of signal which is existing naturally in the world. Our voice, your voice, everyone's voice, noise, it is analog. Analog signal is a natural signal. That signal is converted into digital one using ADCs, analog to digital converters, and then digital operations can be performed on that signal. Okay, it is very easy to get disturbance from the atmosphere in an analog signal because what noise present in the atmosphere is also analog. What we are talking is also analog. So both the voices, both the sound can be mixed easily. To avoid that thing, the digital signal is developed. So analog signal is converted into digital, and then mixing of digital with analog is not possible. Apart from that, we have one USB connection. This USB connection is used to connect the computer or laptop with the Arduino, and using this connection only, that Arduino get programmed using that computer or laptop. After programming, there is a need of power, which is 7 to 12 volt input power. 9 volt is common. This is a 9 volt adapter. You can say that in this adapter, in this connector, basically a 9 volt adapter is connected, and using that 9 volt adapter, this Arduino board gets power supply. But in general, if we talk about, so connecting Arduino using laptop or desktop is very common. After programming, what is happening that this USB connection is also performs like a power source to the Arduino. Means either you connect this or this for power, but for programming you need to connect USB. In USB you can take it as power also. Okay. These are the power pins, means V in input, ground, 5 volt, 3.3 volt reset, and IO reference. Basically, what's there? Like in Arduino board, we are taking 9 volt as input, and there are two outputs of 5 volt and 3.3 volts. Why there are two types of voltage are there? Because most of the component works on 5 volt, few of the components are there that works on 3.3 volt. So if we need 3.3 volt, we can take it directly from here. If 5 volt, we can take it directly from here. If any of other voltage we need, then we can use other components. If we need only 2 volt or 1 volt, then we can use resistance with the 3.3 volt. So it will be minimized, the current will be minimized, the voltage is minimized, and you can use that thing. Analog pins or analog input or analog output port is used to connect analog sensors or actuators. Similarly, digital pins, digital port, digital input, digital output. Whatsoever you want to say, you can say. In general, it is known as a port. Port is a synonym for in and out both, either in or out. In combination, you can call it as a port. Okay. Then the digital port is used to connect the digital components, whether it is sensor or actuator, means input or output that can be connected on that. What are the components that we can connect with the Arduino? First is LED. LED is a light emitting diode. I think most of you are already familiar with LED. With LED, we can design number of applications in the sense of number of prototypes, LED blinking, LED pattern, like you have connected one, two, three, four, five different LEDs. Only one LED will glow at a time. When one is on, two, three, four, five is off. Then two is on, one is off. Then three, four, five is off. Then three is on, one, two off, four, five off. So one LED at a time, and this switching is so fast. So the viewer is can take like the LED is running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is a running like the lights we used on Diwali. That is basically pattern lights basically. So what that kind of application we can design on Arduino and LEDs. Apart from that, we can use dimming, blinking, night rider, and other lots of prototyping is available. Dimming means we can control the intensity of light, either high intensity or low intensity. Okay, that is again a function of current only. So we need to control the amount of current flowing in the LED. Once the current is reduced, only the then intensity is also reduced. Okay, so to control the voltage or current, we have resistance. So another component is a resistance that you can connect to Arduino or other in between the components. Next is LCD. LCD is a display that is used to print any message or information that you want to see or you want that user will see or read it as. Like if there is a door and you have placed an LCD just next to the door, once the door is open, then the LCD will display door open. Once the door is closing, LCD will display door closing or door closed. So such kind of message or such kind of information, if you want to display to the end user, then this kind of component is used. It is basically 16 cross 2 LCD, which is very commonly used in circuitry. 16 blocks means 16 different letters, and there are two different rows. Okay, so it is 16 cross 2 LEDs. In one row, we can write 16 different letters. It can print A, B, C, X, Y, Z, or any symbol or number or anything that you just give the input, the same symbol will print on the LCD. Connecting Arduino to any of the component is considered as interfacing, like this.
Sir, you are not audible. Sir, are you online?
Am I
Sir, are you online?
okay? Yeah, I'm online.
Okay, sir. Please share your screen.
It is, I think, shared only. Aren't you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Hello?
Yes, sir. It is
Yeah.
visible.
So we were discussing about the interfacing. Yeah, thank you. We were discussing about interfacing. Interfacing is what? Interfacing is connecting the microcontroller. Here we take controller as Arduino board. The complete Arduino board is a microcontroller. That Arduino board is connected with LCD. So there are two different things. One is microcontroller and another is a component that is LCD. So when there are two different components, then it is considered to be as interfacing. If the same components are there, then it is considered as cascading. That is another concept. So here, what is happening in Arduino board? A sensor is connected, and that sensor is taking some input, and that message is shown or displayed on the screen. Fine. Here, a blue kind of object is visible, that is a potentiometer. We can call it as a pot, POT pot. 10 kilo ohm pot is there, which is used to adjust the brightness of the screen. In previous example, see, there is a backlight and a text light. Similarly, there is a backlight and a text light. If both the lights got mixed, just to make the contrast, which is visible, that pot is used. Okay, it is like a regulator, fan regulator. So using that regulator, the contrast of the screen can be adjusted. Okay, another resistance is there. This resistance is used to limit the RGB backlight. Again, resistance is used to limit the current, and in a circuit, current is responsible for everything. So once a current is there, the high current means what operation you want to perform, or if there is any other thing means high current, then do this, low current, then do this. So to maintain that thing, we use resistors. Next is when you are starting with Arduino, so what other components, what basic components you can work with? So first we discussed with LED. Secondly, we discussed about LCD, potentiometer, resistance. Apart from these, one is BHT11, which is shown on screen. This BHT11 is a temperature sensor. Okay, this is a temperature sensor. If you want to monitor temperature of a room or a particular area or a location, then you can install this sensor to that particular area. Okay, there is a limitation of the sensor. Obviously, these are very small sensors and very basic sensors, so they can sense and monitor the things very near to their placement. The sensor is placed to position X, then it can sense the very near area of that particular. Okay, next is using of this DHT11 sensor in such a manner. See, there is a very huge or complex circuit. See, if this Arduino is not there, then how much complex circuit will be there? So to reduce that complexity, Arduino is designed. Okay. Now, this input from this sensor is provided to see the white wire provided to Arduino, and based on that input, some operation needs to be performed. What that operation is? That operation is printing a message on the screen. Okay, and printing that message on the screen is what temperature and humidity is currently monitored or taken by the sensor. Okay, so this is if you say that what is all about the image shown over here. Basically, it's a very basic. You can say that temperature or humidity sensor or a station basically, which can monitor or observe the temperature of the area where it will be placed near to that area, very close, far, very close. Okay, so if you want to develop your own weather station basically, so you can take this sensor or some other gas sensor, smoke sensor, flame sensor, fire sensor. There are n number of sensors available in the market very easily. You can take them, design a circuit, and based on that circuit, your own prototyping is available. So this is a prototype for basic weather station. One more is known as servo motor, small servo motor. This blue box is the motor encapsulated in between and is a wire which can be connected with the Arduino. Servo motor rotates like any other motor. Okay, but the difference is servo motor rotates angle wise. Okay, means if you want to perform an action where sweep is required, means 0 to 90 degree, then 90 degree to 0, not a complete 360 degree, only 0 to 90 and 90 to 0, then that angle wise, then that operation will be or easily performed by servo motor. Let me show you. Like this is a servo motor, and this is an example of voltage meter or any other meter. So there is a numbers placed on a paper. Servo is placed in between that particular box of paper, and then leg is connected to the arm of the servo motor. Basically, what is happening over here, based on the inputs and outputs, Arduino sending signal to servo, and based on those signals, servo is rotating. Servo means servo motor is rotating, whether 10%, 20%, 30%, yeah, 100%. So it is like a fuel meter in a bike or something like that. So it is going sweep by sweep, angle by angle. Okay, if you want application like this, what temperature today? So you just use the temperature sensor. Based on that temperature sensor, previously you use the LCD. Do not use the LCD. Just use servo and create your own board. Place servo in between and draw a leg or something like that, which can show you temperature or humidity in an analog manner. So this is another example. So another project will be like the previous one and the current one. If we merge these two, then it will become a new one. These kind of prototypings or hobby projects we can do with Arduino very easily. One can buy controller and microcontroller and other components from market and start doing your hobby projects at your home only. Another is ultrasonic sensor. Ultrasonic sensor is it is used to measure distance as well as time. The basic operation or basic use of this sensor is to maintain or to detect the distance. There are two knobs on the front of the sensor. One is sending signal, another one is receiving. Once a signal is emits onto the object and returns back to the sensor, it detected with the another window through which the sensor calculates that how far that object is. So we can calculate the distance. Now, use of this sensor, we can place this sensor on a blind man's stick so that if any of the object or any other thing in between to that particular part, so that man can be intimated. Another is you can place it onto a car. Okay, if any object in between, the car stops immediately itself, or you can place it to a door. Once a man is approaching towards the door, it detects the object. Object means any obstacle in between. Okay, whether it is a living or non-living thing. So it automatically sends the signal to the controller, and based on the requirement, if it is placed on the door, then whenever obstacle is there, door will be open. If it is placed in a car onto a car or a blindsman stick, then whenever an obstacle is there, a stop signal will be there. Okay, so whether to proceed with that current scenario or to stop is depending on the requirement and the scenario. Example is there is a ultrasonic sensor, sonic ranges, okay, and in between laser point mounted on a servo that aims at a target based on the dual sonic range. Okay, so it is what one object is detecting through this sensor, that same object is detecting with this sensor, calculating the both sensors distance, we can easily check that what is the center point or the exact location of that particular object. And if we want to hit that object, then we need to calculate the both the positions. And on that particular mean, there is a laser pointed which can point to that particular connection. So now this is an example which is in which the obstacle which encountered into the path is hit by and removed from the path. So it is the choice or it is the requirement which is going to be solved by this particular sensor. We cannot say that अल्ट्रासोनिक सेंसर है तो डिस्टेंस कैलकुलेट करेंगे या एलसीडी है तो हेलो प्रिंट करेंगे नो whatsoever be your requirement, it is a generic one. You can use these components as you want. Above all, another thing is if you use any of the project or components with Arduino like LCD or ultrasonic sensor or something like that, then it's not like it is used only once. Just remove the circuit, all the components are dismantled, the circuit, and then you can design another one. Next is relay. This is an automated switch. Automated switch means in your home, in your class, in your room, there are switches to switch on, switch off the fan, light, tube, AC, something. Okay, all those switches are mechanical and manual. You need to reach to the switch manually on or off that switch, and then your appliance will work. But if you want to control your appliance remotely or automatically, then you need to interface the switch to the controller. But here, these switches are manually, so you need a automatic switch also. That automatic switch, which works on alternate current, means AC, which is in our houses and all electrical appliances are there. So that automated switch is known as relay. Okay. So these relays can handle alternate current of several amperes. Means you can control even AC, fridge, washing machine, geyser, press, iron, and other things which takes heavy current using a relay. A single relay can control a single appliance. Means in your home, if there are 10 appliances you want to control, then you need to use 10 different relays. The next is getting started with programming. As I told you that you can control your appliances, but to control those appliances, you need to program your controller that on what input or on which stage what operation needs to perform by that controller. Okay, and for that, in that case, controller needs to be programmed. And what is a good thing in Arduino, we have an inbuilt Arduino IDE, means there is a specific software in which the program is written, and then that program will be uploaded on Arduino using a cable wire. Any of the Arduino means Nano, Uno, Mini, Mega, any of the Arduino can be programmed using that particular software. The name of that software is Arduino IDE. IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. Okay, the programming of IDE is very simple, very basic, just like a C programming. There are only two functions initially. One is setup and another is loop. Once you connect your Arduino board to the control computer first time, then you need to select the board. There are so many Arduinos.
सर सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ गई। जतिन सर आप शायद म्यूट हैं। जतिन सर अपने आप को अनम्यूट कीजिए। जतिन सर अपने आप को अनम्यूट कीजिए। मैं भी आ रहा हूँ जी, बात करता हूँ।
Am I audible now?
यस सर, आप ऑडिबल हैं।
Okay. So we were discussing about programming in Arduino Uno. So once you are connecting an Arduino board the first time to the computer, you need to select the board, which type of Arduino board you are using. Let's suppose we are using Arduino Uno type of board. So go to the tools, then board, then particular board you need to select. This window is the Arduino IDE window. Arduino IDE is a software which is available on internet free of cost, as the Arduino is open source, so anyone can use it without paying any money to anyone. Once you install that software, this kind of window will be presented in front of you. Arduino program is known as a sketch. Arduino program is known as sketch. It's not a program, it's a sketch. Okay. Then once you connected your Arduino with the computer and you selected the board, now you need to select the port. Port is basically that point through which you on which you are interfacing your Arduino board with the computer. Okay. So tools next to the board is serial port COM21 means now this Arduino is taking data from computer using COM21. It will automatically, it is a very older version. Nowadays, it is a very smart product. It can automatically detect the port and board. But if it is not detected, then in that case, you can manually configure it in this two easy steps. After that, once you open any of the sketch or a new sketch, In that case, such window will be presented to you. In this window, there are two functions. One is setup and another is loop. The upper one is setup and another one is loop. Okay. The function of setup is there are few things which you need to execute once in the lifetime of that program. Means you want to tell the name of the project or like initialization, what is an input, what is an output. Okay, such things, the code which needs to be run exactly once. जो कोड एक बार सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक बार रन होना है, वो कोड आप सेटअप के अंदर लिखेंगे. And the part of the code which needs to be run continuously, that will be mentioned in the loop section. Means example is like you want to switch on your fan through your remote. Okay, so sending data is from remote. So remote is a output device. Sensor which is connected to Arduino is an input device. Okay, and basis on that sensor input, what operation needs to be performed. Means fan is running, continuously running. ऐसा नहीं है कि फैन ने एक बार रोटेट किया पूरा और रुक गया. It is rotating continuously. So the rotation, the mechanism of rotation will be put inside the loop section, and sending data or receiving data or from which pin or which mechanism data is sent or received, that is put inside the setup area. Once you have done your programming, your sketching, then you need to verify and compile the program. After successful compilation of program, you need to upload your program to the controller. Starting from the first step, defining a first thing or writing a first letter in the program, till uploading of that program to the controller, you cannot disconnect the controller or Arduino from the laptop, because if you disconnect it will automatically remove from the boards as well as from the ports. So computer will be unable to understand whether it is feasible to execute that code on that particular board or not. So it is mandate that you connect your board until the programming uploading is done or finished. This is a bare minimum code. Bare minimum code, the minimum section, like what is shown in this image, is the same on this side. In the setup and loop, there must be at least one line. What is that line? Put your setup code here to run once. The part of the code which needs to be run only once is in setup. The part of the code which needs to be run continuously, executing continuously, is loop. This is the same thing which I have just briefed you. Now, there is a function known as pin mode. There are, let's suppose there are 10 pins. What pin is like, there's a pin number 1, 2, 3 up to 10. So you are connecting your sensor input to 5 and output to 7. Okay, how that is going to be happen? For that, we have a pin mode function. Okay, if you mentioned pin mode 1 as input, so it will automatically treat it as input, and pin 2 as output, then it will be considered as output. So it is basically depending on the pin mode only, that on which pin it is input and it is output. So basis on that mode, the Arduino or the sensor or the component will perform. Let's suppose LED. LED is a light or motor is an actuator. You cannot take input from light. So, or motor. So, whenever you are connecting LED or motor to any of the pin, just mark that pin as the output pin, because for output, Arduino needs to send data to that actuator. Let's suppose temperature sensor is there. Temperature sensor is sensing something and providing data to the controller or the Arduino. So it is providing data. So on using the sensor or temperature sensor, you need to mention that pin as input pin. Okay. So let's suppose pin mode 13 comma output. It means now pin number 13 is treating as output. Pin mode 13 comma input. Now it means pin number 13 is providing some input to the Arduino. It is in context with Arduino only, not with the end product. It is in context with the Arduino only. If it is taking Arduino is providing output to that pin, then it is output. And if Arduino is taking input from that pin, then it is input. Whenever a pin is input or output, you need to perform some operations. Okay. What we discussed is the digital and analog. Okay. So if a digital component or a digital actuator is there, then you need to perform digital operations. And if any analog component is mounted, then analog functions needs to be used. Or in a simple word, you can say that if digital port is used, then digital function. If analog port is used, then analog function. There are two types of operations, read and write. Read is for input, write is for output. If you are performing sensor input, if you are taking data from sensor, you are taking data means Arduino is taking some data from any sensor, then it is a read operation that Arduino is reading. But if Arduino is providing something, it means it is a write operation. Okay, so read and write in what mechanism? If it is input to the Arduino, then read. If it is output from the Arduino, it is write. If that sensor is digital or connected with the digital pin, then it is digital read or digital write. If it is on the analog port of analog side, it is analog read and analog write. Any doubts to anyone till now? If any one of you is having any doubt, kindly raise your hand. I'll unmute you and then you can ask your query. Okay, I think no confusion is there. Okay. One doubt is there. Okay, I'll unmute you. Yes, please unmute your mic and you can ask your query.
Sir, I doubt, sir. Actually, I want to make clear the difference between analog input and digital input, sir.
Okay.
How
See,
we can differentiate
let's
this, sir?
suppose, yeah. See, let's suppose there are a sensor. Mute your mic, please. Yeah. Let's suppose there is a sensor, okay, which is sensing something. Let's suppose the sensor is a temperature sensor. If that sensor is a digital sensor, then it must be connected to a digital port. And if that sensor is a digital sensor, then it will providing you a digital input. The difference between digital signal and analog signal is that digital signal is a man-made signal An analog signal is a natural signal. Any voice, any sound, anything which is existing in nature is analog in nature. कुदरती तौर पर जो भी आवाज आप सुनते हैं वो सारी की सारी एनालॉग होती है. जैसे मैं और आप अगर बात करते हैं आमने सामने तो वो एनालॉग वॉइस है. इसीलिए जब दो आदमी, तीन आदमी, चार आदमी एक साथ बात करते हो सबकी आवाज मिक्स हो जाती है, कुछ समझ नहीं आता. Why? Because all the sound is a analog in nature by default. और एनालॉग में एनालॉग मिक्स हो जाता है. उस मिक्सिंग को बचाने के लिए एनालॉग सिग्नल को डिजिटल सिग्नल में कन्वर्ट किया गया ताकि एनालॉग सिग्नल डिजिटल के साथ या डिजिटल सिग्नल एनालॉग के साथ मिक्स ना हो. और मिक्स ना हो साथ में ही नॉइस रिड्यूस हो जाए. नॉइस वो सिग्नल होता है जो अनवांटेड होता है. पंखा आपने चलाया, पंखे में से आवाज आ रही है, वो अनवांटेड है. पंखे का काम है हवा देने का, बट उसमें से आवाज भी आ रही है, दैट इज अ नॉइस. कौन सा सिग्नल आपको इनपुट डिजिटल देगा, कौन सा सेंसर आपको एनालॉग देगा, ये उस सेंसर की स्पेसिफिकेशन में पता हो. जब आप सेंसर खरीदेंगे तो उसके साथ उसकी डेटा शीट होती है, हर सेंसर का नंबर होता है, कौन सी कंपनी उसको बना रही है, क्या सारी डिटेल्स होती है. You can search that and you will be able to get that whether this sensor is analog or digital. One more suggestion to you, if you want accuracy in the results, then do use analog. Analog provides you accuracy, whereas digital provides you better results. Now see, there are very short difference in between better results and accuracy. Accuracy means if the value is 23.765, then analog will show you 23.765, but digital will show you 24. If the value is 0.31, then digital will show you 0. Analog will show you 0.31. So analog is on accuracy, whereas digital is on approximation. Okay? Any other query to anyone? Okay. So we'll continue with the topic. Reading and writing digital values. So if you want to glow your LED, then you need to mention digital write. Why? Because you are sending some data to the LED to glow. Okay. So whenever an Arduino is sending or providing data to the component, it is a write function. And whenever Arduino is taking data from component, it is read. What is analog and what is digital? I just cleared. Whether it is 0 or 5, then it is digital only. It will result in either in 0 or in 5, means on or off. Okay. But in case of analog, we have range. 0 to 5 means 0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 1, 1.1, 1.3, 4.2, 4.5, 4.9, then 5. With range. Okay. There is a range in analog. That's why it provides you the accuracy, exact results. Okay. Then what is the significance? If there is a accuracy in analog, then why we need digital? And what is the significance of digital? See, the controller or processor we are using is a digital device. They are working on digital principles, either 0 or 1. Okay. That's why we need digital signal so that the controller or the processor able to process them. That's why we need digital signals, and hence we converted our analog signals to digital signals. Next term is ADC, analog to digital converter. ADC and DACs are the inbuilt hardware applied or available with Arduino. Means if you're using Arduino, then there is ADC and DACs are already applied on Arduino board. Significance of ADC and DAC is any of the signal which is in the analog form, you can use it in the digital, or if it is in the digital form and you want to apply it on analog, you can. The conversion of analog signal to digital or digital to analog is very easily. In other terms, you can consider it as, like, suppose there is a digital component, but you want to use it with analog. So digital component works with digital port, but due to availability of ADC and DAC, digital to analog converter and analog to digital converter, you can use that digital with analog port or analog component with digital port. The conversion of the signal will be done by Arduino internally. You need not to worry, means you can connect your LED, which is digital in nature, to analog port also. There are certain values. What values is like all the information or signal or message which is travel in any of the circuit is in the form of current. If the input voltage is 0 volt, then the digital output is equivalent to 0. If the input is 5 volt, means the maximum one, which is 5 volt, then it is the digital equivalent is 255, which is the highest. So if you ranges your input from 0 to 5, you'll be able to see that there are variation in the digital output as well. Similarly, in case of analog, the input is 0 to 5, but output will be changed. In that case, the output varies from 0 to 1023. Here it will varies up to 255, but in that case, it will vary up to 1023. So, see, if you have a band of 256, in case of digital port, there is a band of 256 slots, but in case of analog, there is a band of 1024 slots, just 4 times to the digital. So you can, इसको इस तरीके से समझिए, हर 4 स्लैब पर एक 4 एनालॉग स्लैब पर आपने एक डिजिटल स्लैब किया हुआ है. ओके, सो एनालॉग जो है वो डिजिटल से 4 टाइम्स ज्यादा एक्यूरेसी देगा. Okay, here the analog port is shown. The upper one is digital one. Reading, writing, analog values. Similarly, like digital read, digital write, we have analog read, analog write. Analog read means now these two functions, analog read and analog write, will be applicable only with the analog port. Okay, and it ranges 0 to 1023. Next is hands-on example. I think yesterday Mayank sir has already discussed some simulation examples with you. LED switch on, switch off, something blinking. Any of you can tell me what experiments or what simulation yesterday you have done? Anyone? No one? Just hold for a moment, Tulika.
जतिन सर म्यूट हो गया है शायद आपको। जतिन सर आपका म्यूट हो गया है। आई एम ऑडिबल सर? जतिन सर म्यूट है सर आपका।
सर म्यूट है सर आपका, सर आवाज नहीं आ रही है सर।
जतिन सर आप ऑडिबल नहीं है, आपका शायद म्यूट हो गया है। जतिन सर
JK Singh is there. Do you have any query? Okay. So now,
if anybody have
now
any
the
query,
hands-on-
hello, I'm audible.
Nobody,
If anybody,
nobody's having any. No.
oh,
रणवीर सर कोई किसी की कोई क्वेरी नहीं है। अब मैं
okay,
एक हैंड्स ऑन सेशन ले लेता हूँ उनका, थोड़ा सिमुलेशन के बारे में बताता हूँ इनको।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर।
Yesterday, Mayank sir have already told you that how you people like log in on Tinkercad and something like that. So once you will be log in your Tinkercad, then there is an option like design, circuit, and then go to the create section, create circuit. After you create your first circuit, this type of window is on your screen. On the right side panel, there are components, okay? And left side, there is a blank area on which you draw. So first of all, we take Arduino Uno, just drag and drop, and we connect one LED with this Arduino board. Fine. Now let's suppose this is the LED. There are two legs, anode and cathode. Cathode means the leg which is connected with the ground. Okay. Anode means which needs current. So here, anode is connected with pin number 7. Cathode is connected with ground. We need to program this so that this LED will glow. Click on the code, blocks and text, continue. By default, there is a code written something. I'll change this code as the 7. Now the pin number 7 is there. So 7 is an output. First, this 7 is high. What does that mean? High means on. Pin number 7 high. Rest of the code is disabled by the comment section. Okay. Start simulation, it will burst. There is a warning. What is the warning? The current through LED is 53.5 milliampere, but the recommended is 20 milliampere. So we need to check this how use the resistance in between. Connect the anode with the resistance and resistance with the pin number 7. Okay, start simulation now. Current is very low, intensity is very less. Click on the resistance, change the value of the resistance from, see, when it is 10 ohm, the warning is there, 45 milliampere, and the required is 20 milliampere. Let's suppose I make it 40, again warning is there, current is 31 milliampere. See, the current reduced, earlier 45, now 31. So current is reducing as the resistance is increasing. Now I change it to 50. Now current is 28.6. It means I need to improve resistance little bit more. Let's suppose 60. Now it is 26. Okay, 90, 20.08, and I need 20. Okay, so nearly 99. Now no warning is there. Okay, let's suppose 98. No warning is there. 97. No warning is there. 96. Warning is there. It means minimum 96 ohm resistance you need, or you can say that 97. But 96 or 97 ohm is not possible. It means 100 ohm resistance is minimum required with this LED. If you are implementing this with hardware, in that case, that LED may be get bursted. Why? Because high current is passed through the LED and without resistance. So due to high amount of current, that LED will be bursted. खराब हो सकती थी, फट सकती थी. In case of simulation, you are safe to experiment as much as you can. Click on the LED, it is red color, change it to orange color. Click on this, change it to green color, or change it to white color. Any of the color you want, blue color. But in hardware, you cannot do that. This is the advantage of the simulation, that you can learn in a very safe environment with a lot of feasibilities. If you want to change anything, you can stop simulation and now. Earlier it was pin number 7, now I connected with pin number 10. If I start simulation, nothing will happen. Why? Because Arduino is sending signal on pin number 7 only. It is not sending any signal on pin number 10. That's why the circuit is not functioning anymore. So you need to mention clearly, you need to check that which pin you have connected your circuit and that pin is input or output. Now it is connected with 7. But here, let's suppose I convert that input pin to, output pin to input pin. Now Arduino is accepting data from pin number 7. Arduino is asking data through pin number 7. Again, LED is not working. So you need to clearly mention what is the input or output or which pin is used. Now another function is delay. Delay is the function which receives a numeric value equivalent to milliseconds. Here delay 1000 means 1000 milliseconds that Arduino will not work anything. Arduino is not working anything, executing this loop only. Okay. To better understand, once you reach to the lift, you just click or press the button on the lift, the door will open, or the metro will reach to the metro doors will open. They wait for few minutes or seconds. Then again the door will close. Let's suppose LED on means door open, LED close means door close. Okay, LED glow, yani on means open, off means close. So after open, it must be opened for few times. So for such kind of application, you can use delay function and provide some millisecond, the count of milliseconds in between. Now what will happen? Digital write 7 comma high means LED on, and then till 1000 millisecond Arduino is not doing anything, only doing this. Then again, pin number 7 low means once you light on, then 1000 millisecond wait, then light off. Then after light off, again 1000 millisecond wait. So on, off, on, off. After a certain interval, on, off, on, off. This is considered as blinking. This is considered as blinking. Okay. Let's suppose now we have 5 LEDs. What I told you that there's a pattern running LEDs. Okay. Cathode, all cathodes will be connected to a common ground. Here the circuit designing is not considered. Okay. Then connect it with 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. Green, then yellow, orange, blue, and then red. Fine. 5 different colors. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We need to do what? Only one light will open at a time, on at a time. Rest will be off. If 7 is high, then 8 is low, 9 is low, 10 is low, and 11 is low. Means only 7. That means red is on. Then wait for few time. Then now 7 is low and 8 is high. It's all off. Now 7 is off, 8 is off, 9 is on. Rest off. Next case, 10 is on. Only 10 will work. And in the last case, 11 is on, rest all are off. Then again, 7 is on, rest all are off. Start simulation. Now see. It's a running LED. Fine. So this was all about today's session. I'm ending today's session here. Ranvir sir, over to you.
यस सर, यस सर, यस सर। अगर किसी को कोई क्वेरी हो तो अभी जतिन सर से क्लियर कर सकता है वो। मुझे लगता है कि सभी को सेशन बहुत अच्छा लगा है और सभी की को लगभग सभी की जिज्ञासाएं आपने सही से पूरी की हैं। तो आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और आज का ये जो वर्कशॉप था, 2 दिन का वर्कशॉप था, मयंक दीप सर और आपकी सहयोग से बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से कंप्लीट हुआ है। और मुझे उम्मीद है कि इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स पर हमारे बच्चों को एक अच्छा नॉलेज हुआ है और इस पर कुछ और भी
I think
जितना
sir,
काम हो सकता है।
किसी स्टूडेंट का डाउट है। I think Adi is there.
आदि,
Yes, you can unmute yourself, Adi. Adi, you just rose your hand. We allowed your mic. Just unmute yourself and ask. No problem. If किसी को कभी भी query होती है, you can search by my name, Dr. Jatin Gupta. You can find my contact details, my email ID, or you can ask that from Ranvijay sir, and you can directly call me, meet me, or mail me. I'll be happy to help you all.
थैंक यू सर। डेफिनेटली मैं आपका और मयंक सर का डिटेल्स बच्चों से शेयर करूंगा, जिससे कि आगे बच्चे आपसे कांटेक्ट में रह सकें। और हम
Sure.
आगे भी इसी तरीके से कुछ वर्कशॉप्स और करना चाहेंगे आपके साथ में। और ये जो 2 दिन का वर्कशॉप रहा बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल है हमारे बच्चों के लिए। और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि इसी के सहारे हम आईओटी में कुछ नए प्रोजेक्ट्स बना पाएंगे। तो दोबारा से आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जतिन सर। और मयंक सर को भी मैं दोबारा से धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा। और इस सारी इवेंट को ऑर्गेनाइज करने में संजय सर का बहुत बड़ा योगदान था, मैं उनको भी धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा। तो विवेकानंद कॉलेज आप तीनों का बहुत ही तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता है। धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
नमस्कार सर।
Namaskar, sir. I'm leaving now.
ओके सर।